Good evening and welcome to Derby Date Night. We are coming to you live from Perry Park in Indianapolis at the home opener for Naptown Roller Derby. We will be streaming 2 games for you tonight, so grab your popcorn and settle in for some good derby and bad jokes. First up will be the Naptown Tornado Sirens versus the Vette City Vixens out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Our second game will feature the Naptown Warning Bells and the Vette City Venom. I'm Aria Kidding Me on the mic tonight, and I'm joined by my favorite producer, director, tech guy extraordinaire, seriously. Our kids, LOL and OMG, stayed home tonight, so it's a true derby date night out. And we can't forget to say hello to all of you, our third wheels, who are joining us tonight. Feel free to shout out where you're from and who you are rooting for tonight in the chat. You can find us here on YouTube and also on Instagram and Facebook. Like and subscribe to find out where you can join us next. We also have a brand new website with merchandise that we just unveiled. Save the link, derbydatenight.com. Be one of the first to show off your Derby Date Night merch. But enough about us and Derby Date Night. Let's get to the reason you're here today. In the North America Northeast WIFTA rankings, Vette City is currently ranked 35th. Naptown is ranked 76th. But don't let that fool you. This is Naptown's first game since the fall of 23, and their roster has changed quite a bit, so this is anyone's game. If you're an old school Naptown fan, keep your ear out for some familiar names, as you may recognize some skaters who are back in Naptown red and black for the first time in a while. So, who will we be watching on the track tonight? I'm excited to introduce you to the talented skaters you'll be watching. Our visiting team in teal are the Vette City Vixens. 110 Beast Mode, 149 Bambi Thumper, 21 Slip Happens, 22 Out of Control, 222 Bangs McCoy, 25 Lickety Splint, 26 Scouter Stitches, 3 Ratchet, 33 Sugary, 4 The Truth, 42 Scarlet Fever, 55 Queen of Hearts, 7 Jetsy Rocket, 81 Steph, and 92 Big City Slam. And in black are the home team, the Naptown Tornado Sirens. 00 Roulette Wheels, 1317 Shady Lane, 205 Ricky Bobby, 308 Sarge, 43 Neurotica, 45 Tina Totaler, 555 Pink Stitches, 611 Blackout, 67 Huntress, 70 License to Kill, 76 Will Smith, 8 Femnatal, 85 Amelia B. Killia, 9 Warp Speed, 913 Flannery O'Clobber, and 99 Deadly Page. Naptown is coached by Trudy Debauchery. And that does it for the introductions. We will just wait for the teams to get on the track to get started with this game. Thanks to those of you who are joining us for the second or third or fifth time, and thanks to you who are joining us for the first time. For those of you who don't know Derby, pay attention to the skater with the star on their head. They are the ones who score points. There's 1 for each team, and then there are 4 blockers for each team that are out on the track. Those 4 blockers from each team are both trying to stop the person with the star on their head, who's known as the jammer, from the other team, as well as help their own jammer from their team get through. Once the skaters get through for the first time and go all the way around the track, they then score points for every member of the opposing team that they pass. When you see the jammers put their hands on their hips, that is called calling the jam, and that will end that jam, and then we'll start with a new one. With that being said, we have got our 2 first jammers lined up for this game. We've got Will Smith lined up for Naptown, and Queen of Hearts is lined up for Vette City. I hope you've got your popcorn and your hot cocoa. I know I've got my energy drink ready for this exciting game. And that whistle means the game has begun. Will Smith trying to do a turn on the outside to get out, but is being forced to go back by 110 from Vette City. Both jammers being pulled back. penalty being called on a blocker from Naptown, but Will Smith becomes lead jammer. So Will Smith will now be coming around on a point-scoring pass. Queen of Hearts has gotten, that was a pivot that took the star. So the pivot will now be the jammer for Vette City. Will Smith scoring some points and tapping their hips to call off the jam after grabbing 4 points. The pivot who took that pass, Bangs McCoy, was not able to score any points before Will Smith called off the jam. Sarge lining up for Naptown. And Ratchet is lining up for Vette City. For those of you who watched us a few weeks ago when Vette City was visiting Cornfed, we saw a lot of Ratchet in that game. As the jam begins, Sarge finds some space on the inside and becomes lead jammer. Ratchet following in that space is about a quarter track behind. Sarge going as fast as he can to catch up to the pack. The pack is moving and does not want to slow down, so these jammers are going to have to race. Sarge is trying to get ahead because Sarge wants to grab points and call it before Vette City can steal any points. But it does look like Vette City came out on top in that jam and got 1 point to Tornado Sirens 0. However, I see an official timeout being called right now, which means they might be stopping to just talk a little bit about the score. Okay, it looks like that official timeout might be ending. Maybe not, because Ogre is still standing. Nope, now he's leaving, and that means that the official timeout has now been completed. According to our referee, Ogre, who was giving us information, that official timeout was brought to you by the jam, not starting on the scoreboard, and I quote, ugh. So they took care of that. We have got Warp Speed for the Tornado Sirens and the Truth for Vette City Vixens. Vette City Vixens taking lead jammer for the first time in this game. Warp Speed still trying to find some space, and Warp Speed is out at turn 2 as the Truth has approached the pack, sees that Warp Speed is heading her way, and decides to call off the jam, but not before scoring 2 points for Vette City. Queen of Hearts is lining up for Vette City. And it looks like we've got Will Smith again for Naptown. All right, Queen of Hearts trying to take the inside. Will Smith trying to take the outside. Both jammers trying to push that pack forward as best as they can. They're still in the back of the pack as the pack is getting all mushed up there. Will Smith trying to bring that pack apart. Has got 3, 2, oh, Queen of Hearts finds a space on the inside and grabs lead jammer for Vette City. Will Smith just has to get past one more Vette City blocker and is using all her might and a spin to be able to get around. Queen of Hearts entering the pack on her first scoring pass. Grabs, looks like 4 points. No, not 4 points. Yep, 4 points, and calls the jam before Will Smith can respond with any points of her own. We've got Sarge lining up for Naptown against Ratchet. Currently, the penalty box is empty. Both jammers trying to find space on the inside. Sarge thought that he pushed Ratchet out to the inside and was trying to pull Ratchet back, but got called on a penalty. So this will be a power jam for Vette City. And Ratchet, who is trying to pull the Naptown pack apart, she was able to push out one of the Naptown blockers, and they went out with her, so she did not have to recycle and go to the back, and now she is entering the pack on her first scoring pass. She's pulling that pack forward. That pack is starting to speed up a little bit. Sarge is now standing in the penalty box, so 10 seconds left in that penalty as Ratchet continues to pull the pack apart on her first scoring pass. So once she gets past all 3 of these blockers, she will grab all 4 of those points, and she is almost through, just has to get past one more blocker, and she is through for 4 points. Sarge has re-entered the pack and is now trying to get through. Sarge is still on his initial, so will not be scoring points until he can get out of the pack. He currently has the star in his hand, but has made it through as Ratchet comes through with a great apex jump on turn 3 to grab 4 more points for Vette City Vixens, bringing the total to 8 for this jam. But Sarge is not far behind as Ratchet approaches the pack again. Sarge comes through with his own apex jump to grab 4 points for Naptown. Ratchet, continuing to let the jam run, is engaged in the pack and tries to get past on 1 foot and is going to the back of the pack now, as we have got a Naptown blocker coming out of the box and a Naptown blocker going into the box. Ratchet is through for another 4 points. Oh, Huntress with a hit there to slow Ratchet down. But Ratchet is now out, and Sarge looking for some help from Naptown blockers to get through. Ratchet coming in on her 4th scoring pass. Ducks around. Receives a penalty. I'm signaling to Sirius because Sirius for Mother's Day made me a sign of pictures of all of the penalties, and so our Ratchet received a penalty at the end of that jam, and I now know what it is. So illegal positioning, including destruction, skating out of bounds, failure to reform, failure to return, or failure to yield. So I watched that jammer go out of bounds. So I'm guessing that's what happened, was an intentional skating out of bounds. So this is a power jam now for Ricky Bobby and Naptown. Ricky Bobby, who has been a longtime Naptown skater, but hasn't skated in a while, I don't believe. So great to see Ricky Bobby out there again, and has gotten lead jammer status and is now on a scoring pass. Ricky is through for 4 points for Naptown. Ratchet is now out of the box and chasing Ricky Bobby down. Ratchet has the star in hand, might be passing to the pivot. This is still an initial. Ratchet makes it through on the outside and starts to put that star on. Ricky Bobby is a little bit confused in the pack, decides to call the jam after looking around to figure out where Ratchet is, but not before scoring a few more points, bringing Tornado's total to 19, with Vette City's being 22, keeping the game close there with Naptown. Vette City started to pull away a little bit, and Naptown was like, oh, no, no. So that power jam was really beneficial for Naptown there. And thank you, Sirius, for my Mother's Day present. I love being able to know what the penalties are by looking at them on my beautiful laminated sheet. Ricky Bobby jamming for The Truth is jamming for Vette City. And it says Ricky Bobby, but I don't think that's Ricky Bobby. Oh, it is Ricky Bobby jamming again for Naptown. The Truth signaling that they're going to keep skating, it looks like. So, goes into the pack and grabs a few points. And, oh, wait, did she get any points? 3. Looks like 3 more points for Vette City. Thanks, Eric. I was confused. I was like, why would Ricky Bobby be jamming again? That was Will Smith jamming in that last jam. Sarge jamming for Tornado Sirens and Queen of Hearts for Vette City Vixens. Sarge getting pushed out to the back by Bambi Thumper, who's going to force Sarge to go all the way to the back. Queen of Hearts is working her way out, takes a push to the inside, and is going to be forced to recycle. Sarge with a juke to the inside, almost got out, but then got pushed to the inside and is being forced to the back. Both jammers really trying to find some space. Sarge has the star off, might be looking for somebody to pass it to. Nope. Sarge is almost out. Great individual blocking there by Vette City's Bangs McCoy, but unfortunately gets a penalty, which means Sarge does not have to go back and is out, but will not be lead jammer because Sarge did take the star off, so cannot be lead jammer, and a star pass was completed to Bambi Thumper, so this jam will go the full 2 minutes. Looks like Blackout pulling Bambi Thumper back, and Sarge also getting pulled back. Both these jammers struggling to find a way through here. Sarge is through on the outside for 4 points for Naptown. Bambi Thumper also through, about half a track behind Sarge with 25 seconds left in this jam. Both jammers are engaged in the pack right now, both on scoring passes. Bambi getting pushed to the inside. Sarge taking a hit and taking a minute to get up. Bambi getting pushed to the inside again. We've got a Vette City blocker headed to the penalty box, and that whistle means we have gone the full 2 minutes. And those skaters get to go sit down and take a break while we bring out some new skaters for another jam. We are just over 10 minutes into this first half. We've had 8 jams in this first half, so it's been going pretty fast. Only 5 points separating these two teams. Warp Speed lining up for Naptown. And at Vette City, we've got Ratchet. Ratchet trying to go through the middle. Warp Speed trying to jump from side to side. Ratchet finds some space and is lead jammer for Vette City. Warp Speed getting some offensive help from Naptown, trying to help her get through as Ratchet comes around on her first scoring pass. Takes a hit to the outside, getting slowed down there by Huntress. Trying to find some space and does so, out for 4 points for Vette City. The star was off and in Warp Speed's hand, but she did not need to pass it and is now out of the pack, about half a pack behind Ratchet, who is engaging the pack on another scoring pass. Sees Warp Speed coming and calls the jam. Timeout has been called. Timeout has been called for tape repair. So while they do that, for those of you who have not joined us with Derby Date Night before, we will let you know that sometimes, Roller Derby, Eric, you're so $20 from Roller Derby 24/7 who say, love us some Derby Date Night, let's go NRD. Thank you for sending us a super chat. We appreciate you so much, and we love it when we get supported by super chats. We at Derby Date Night, we do this for the love of Derby and to be able to share Derby with all of you out there. We love it when we hear that people can see their family members that they maybe would otherwise not be able to see. And we just love being able to get Derby out there so that more people can enjoy roller derby. But with that, there is a cost to doing this, like equipment and travel and things like that. And so any donations you make through the super chats tonight are something that we will use to keep this stream going. Also tonight, we are excited to debut our brand new website. We've had a lot of requests from many of you for some merch, and so we now have a website, derbydatenight.com, and if you go to that website, you will see that we have some merch items. So whether you want a crop top or a muscle tank or a t-shirt, you can have one that says Derby Date Night, so you can support us and show off your pride for being a fan of Derby Date Night. And since we are coming to the end of this timeout, I'm not going to do a joke yet, but those of you who know, when you watch Derby Date Night, you get some jokes. Tonight's jokes are going to be pirate jokes because both Naptown and Vette City both have a skull as their logo. And so Sirius and I were talking about what kind of jokes should we be doing for this one. And we were like, you know what? We got to do some good old pirate jokes for this skull versus skull matchup. Ed, Ego, and Lex are all watching together. Love that. Hope you're having a great time and enjoying a relaxing Saturday night, not having to play and just getting to watch some roller derby. Where's everybody else watching from tonight? With that whistle, looks like we are back in action. Will Smith is on the line for Naptown, and we have got The Truth lined up for Vette City. I just remembered that last time The Truth was jamming, I kept saying, you can't handle The Truth, and it might happen again this time. And seeing that, The Truth must have heard me talking and is lead jammer for Vette City. Will Smith just has to get past one more Vette City blocker, getting some offensive help from Naptown blockers. As The Truth comes in on their first scoring pass, Will Smith gets out at the front of the pack. Blackout hits The Truth to the outside and takes her back, so she's going to have to go all the way to the back of the pack, but sees Will Smith approaching the pack and calls the jam. Will Smith noticing a skater who has fallen and from the other team and is helping that skater up on the sidelines. Lynn's here for the jokes and the derby. Love it. That's exactly why I'm here too, Lynn, from South Bend. Melody from the couch. Love it. You know, it'd be nice, Sirius, if we could bring a couch with us. Although my other Mother's Day present, we have new chairs. It's very romantic that for Mother's Day, my husband decides to get me new folding chairs that are padded and also a laminated shortcuts of what roller derby penalties are. We're very romantic. Oh, we've got Fort Myers, Florida, rooting for Naptown. Rochester, New York, representing Rock City Roller Derby. Awesome, Elizabeth. We'd love having you here. Kaden is in Vette City cooking. Ooh, hopefully you're cooking something really good. Now I'm hungry. I hope whatever you're cooking is cheesy. Here at Derby Date Night, we are big fans of cheese. I'm thinking that this track repair timeout might have turned into an official timeout because the officials all are engaged in some conversation. But regardless, we are getting back to the derby. Carrie is here from Louisville, which I finally have learned how to say. It only took me over a year. Queen of Hearts on the line for Vette City, and is that Ricky Bobby jamming for Naptown. Ricky Bobby sees a space on the inside line and takes it to grab lead jammer for Naptown. Queen of Hearts currently still has the star on. Nope, takes the star off as Ricky Bobby comes around on their first scoring pass. Queen of Hearts at the back of the pack still. Ricky Bobby trying to use sheer force to push this Vette City tripod apart at the front. Both jammers getting stuck behind strong tripods here. Bambi Thumper coming up to offer some help. So we've got four blockers from Vette City focused solely on blocking. Naptown blocker coming up to offer Ricky Bobby some help. That was Pink Stitches offering some help to Ricky Bobby. Ricky Bobby getting pushed out and pulled all the way back by Big City Slam. Queen of Hearts still trying to get through at the front. She just has to get past Huntress. She is able to get through and is putting that star on. Ricky Bobby sees her coming and calls the jam. 3 points scored by the Tornado Sirens in that jam. With 15 minutes left in this first half, this has been a very low scoring first half. We've had 11 jams and we are still under 40 points for both teams. Warp Speed on the line for Naptown and Ratchet for Vette City. That pack is not really moving right now. Both jammers just stuck in one spot. And on the outside, Ratchet is able to find some space to get out as lead jammer. Both jammers are out of the pack, and Ratchet decides to call it. All right. 76 on the line for Naptown. That's Will Smith. And then we have got The Truth on the line for Vette City. Phoebe Cat is here from Connecticut. Excited to have her. Oh, and we are through for Naptown, getting lead jammer. Will Smith grabbing that lead jammer status. The Truth hopping out at the front of the pack is still behind Will Smith by a lap. So Will Smith will go through and grab 4 points for Naptown and call the jam, getting 4 more points for Naptown, getting them within 4 points of Vette City. Coach Trudy coming out from the Naptown bench too. Looks like she's asking a clarification of the officials out on the track, but no timeout has been called. Sergeant Slaughter lining up for Naptown and Queen of Hearts on the line for Vette City. All right, Queen of Hearts getting pulled to the back by Shady Lane. Slowing her down. Sarge now also getting pulled to the back by Vette City. Queen of Hearts able to draw that pack apart at turn 2 to get out and become lead jammer. Sarge has the star off and is still a little bit stuck at the back of the pack. A big hit there. Oh, Sarge finding some space and getting around, is now out. And the jam is called. Ricky Bobby on the line for Naptown. And Ratchet is on the line for Vette City. Looks like we have one skater in the penalty box. We've got the Naptown pivot who is standing, so that means she will be in there for less than 10 seconds until she rejoins the group. Ricky Bobby trying to make some space at the front, is not able to do so, and Ratchet grabs a lead jammer for Vette City. The pivot was passed to Flannery O'Clobber, who will now be the jammer for Naptown. She is out of the pack, as Queen of Hearts is currently engaged in the pack on a scoring pass. Flannery is catching up to the pack, but Queen of Hearts will call the jam before Flannery is able to score any points. The Truth lining up for Vette City, and Warp Speed for Naptown. And there is a team timeout being called by Vette City. And you know what that means? It is time for a couple pirate jokes, since we've got Skulls versus Skulls today. But you know, I don't know if I've ever heard any funny pirate jokes. Have you, Sirius? What you're supposed to say is, neither have I. I. Get it? I, matey. Oh. What do you call a pirate mutiny? A conspiracy. A pirate goes to the doctor to have spots on his arm examined. The doctor says, "They're benign." The pirate replies, No, doc, there be 11. I counted them before I came here." They are benign. Get it? Oh yeah, Melody, they're bad. They're only going to get worse. Don't worry. We've got The Truth lined up for Naptown and Warp Speed for Naptown and The Truth for Vette City. I think they were lined up when we had the timeout too. All right, as the jam begins, we've got everybody. We have got everybody all kind of mushed up here. We've got a Vette City skater going to the box. Both jammers struggling, but looks like the Truth might have found some space to get around Blackout, who thought she had gotten a track cut, but looks like the Truth is through and is lead jammer for Vette City. Pivot has been passed to Amelia Bikilia, who will now be the jammer for Naptown, but the jam is called and no points will be able to be scored by Naptown. However, the Naptown crowd is very, well, not even crowd, the team was very excited to see Amelia take a star pass. Amelia hasn't skated in a few years, so I think it was exciting to see Amelia take that pass. Teeny Tiff says, what's a pirate's favorite letter of the alphabet? It be the C. Okay, Jins, Mel, I know you have a ton of pirate jokes. Mel is in the chat tonight, but tomorrow she's going to be on the mic, and she has already warned me that tomorrow as we stream the Fort Wayne and South Bend game, that she's going to be bringing some of her good jokes. Mel, you can cross off any of your jokes that I happen to tell tonight. We've also got a shout out from the crowd here in Perry Park, where we have a really generous crowd here to see the Naptown game. Sam and Daniel, Mom and Dad, want to give you a shout out. So Sam and Daniel, if you're watching, Mom and Dad, say hi. If I am shouting people out, I'm going to shout out my kids and say, Mom and Dad, say please go to bed on time. Melody, you're wasted. You're gonna waste your good jokes before tomorrow. Why was it so hard for the pirate to call his mom? Because she left the phone off the hook. Oh, get it, the hook? Sirius just showed me a hook with his finger. A hook. Love it, love it. I thought this was, is this not, I guess it's an official timeout now instead of a team timeout? Yes, it is an official timeout. But I am getting some information. So are they in the box? Okay. All right, so I just got some information from the ref crew, and they let me know that there was an error on the officiating crew in that the blue jammer, which is Vette City, had skated out of bounds and was calling off the jam, and someone heard a whistle, and so then they blew a whistle, and then the jam got called off. However, that blue jammer actually received a penalty and was not supposed to be able to call off the jam. So we're going to start this next jam with Vette City in the box, and this will be a power jam for Naptown. Why couldn't the Pirates play cards? Because the captain was standing on the deck. Julie, that's a good one. I like that one. What type of socks do Pirates wear? Argyle. Oh, these are too good. Okay, enough of the pirate jokes. It is time to get back to some roller derby. Wait, another? No, really? Oh, now we're official reviewing. Okay, so the last time out was because the officials were discussing something. Now, Vette City Vixens have called an official review, I'm guessing on the call of the skaters skating out of bounds. I'm guessing they're trying to get their jammer out of the box at this point. That would be my guess. But I guess we're now in an official timeout. So while we are there, I want to remind you again, I see that a few of you have joined us. Our crowd is getting a little bit bigger as this game goes on. And this has been such an exciting game so far and really close this whole first half. So I want to remind you, we do have a brand new website, derbydatenight.com, where you can get t-shirts, muscle tanks, and crop tops. And if there's anything else that you would really like to see for merch, just let us know, and we'll see if we can maybe provide it. We'll be bringing new merch in, hopefully all season long, and doing lots of fun things for that. As you saw earlier from Eric, Roller Derby 24/7, we did receive a super chat from him. We really appreciate any donations that we receive from you, our third wheels, that can help keep our chat going. We are also going to be taking a 3-week break after this weekend. We've got 2 games tonight, so don't forget to stick around after this game. We've got a whole nother game after this. And then tomorrow we will be in Fort Wayne with South Bend and Fort Wayne. I'm forgetting who the teams are. This has been 6 weeks in a row, Sirius. 6 weeks in a row of Derby. So we're taking a small break. So we'll be off the air for 3 weeks, but don't worry, we'll still have stuff for you. But then we will be back in June, and we'll be releasing that schedule soon. Okay, so that was exactly what I thought it was, which was they were challenging the penalty, and it turns out that the ref who witnessed it, they did not see the jammer make contact with anybody. They believe that they saw that the jammer went out of bounds through contact with another skater, which means they did not skate out of bounds intentionally, but they were pushed out of bounds, which means they would not receive a penalty. So Blue will retain their official review, and that jammer is released from the box. So we do have no power jam for Naptown, and Queen of Hearts will be jamming for Vette City against Will Smith of Naptown. And it looks like Will Smith is your lead jammer for Naptown. I love that this crowd has cowbells. I love a good cowbell. A star pass has happened for Vette City. And Bangs McCoy is now jamming for Vette City, but will not have the opportunity to score any points as Will Smith calls the jam after scoring 3 or 4 points for Naptown. But another timeout has been called. And so we will be taking another small break for another timeout. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Oh, everybody's having conversations, it looks like. I'm debating whether or not to tell jokes. Is this going to go much longer? The ref's skating over to the scoreboard. Wow. Well, it turns out the clock was off by 2.5 minutes. That's never good. So they're taking a minute to make sure that the clock is made correct, because that's really important, especially in a game that is only 10 points apart. Lynn says more cowbell. Yes, Lynn, I completely agree. JP, we got more jokes here from our third wheels in the chat. Why don't Pirates go to Brazil? Because they don't want their booty lifted. Kimmy, having friends on both teams is hard. Oh yeah, I completely know. I mean, I always find myself rooting for both teams. I just root for good derby. Good derby is the best. We love it. Okay, I think we're done. I think we've got the clock correct now, so we are under 10 minutes left in the first half. This has been incredibly low scoring, considering neither team has broken 50 by now. I've seen halves go and people are at 150 this is really low scoring. All right, Sarge and Ratchet are jamming for their respective teams. A little bit of a pile up around Sarge, who is pulling the pack to the front. Ratchet hopping around the back, getting stuck in a Naptown tripod. Sarge coming out as lead jammer for Naptown. Sarge looks over at Will Smith, who is indicating that we are going to keep going. And Sarge approaches the pack on his first scoring pass. Ratchet is through. No points scored yet for Vette City until Ratchet can come all the way through and score some more points. Sarge jumping around the outside, looks behind him and calls the jam after grabbing all 4 points for Naptown. That is a great problem to have, Teeny, when you want to cheer for both teams and for everyone. Wonderful problem to have. Sam and Daniel say, get it, Flannery and Naptown. And thanks, Mom and Dad. Love you too. Oh, I love that. They must have known that you were watching. I will pass the message along. I passed that along to your dad, and he said, how did they say that? I said, in the chat, and he said, oh, wow. The magic of technology, as Ricky Bobby is now the lead jammer for Tornado Sirens, being chased by the Truth. Ricky Bobby calls the jam, as Naptown is now catching up to Vette City Vixens, and they are only 4 points between these two teams. Nobody is being able to take this game away at all. This is interesting, especially because we saw Vette City a few weeks ago, and they were very, very high scoring. So this team is used to scoring a lot of points, and Naptown is holding them slow on the points here. But Vette City is also holding Naptown slow on the points. So both teams having to earn every single point that they are getting here. Will Smith finding space on the outside, and I think Will Smith was called lead jammer, but was then swallowed up a little bit by the pack there. So Will Smith is the lead jammer, but is at the back of the pack. Queen of Hearts is now out of the pack, and Will Smith, who has not been able to get out, decides to call the jam before any points can be scored by Vette City. Jolie sending us a super chat. Thank you so much. Jolie says, thank you so much, Derby Date Night. Would have missed my daughter, Pink Stitches, and Warp Speed without you streaming. Let's go Naptown. Thank you so much, Jolie. We really appreciate it. Amy Thompson with a super chat. A very cute sticker with hearts. We love it. Thank you so, so much. We really appreciate it. And the next jam is starting. Sarge for Tornado Sirens and Ratchet for Vette City Vixens. Both jammers getting stuck at the back here. They are both trying to get going in the same space. Sarge was trying to pull Ratchet back, it looks like, and Sarge got called on a forearm penalty. So Sarge has to go to the penalty box, which means this is a power jam for Ratchet and Vette City. Ratchet coming around on her first scoring pass with about 5 minutes left in this first half. This is a great opportunity for Vette City to stretch that lead that Naptown keeps not letting them have, but they are not going to make it easy. Huntress and Asian Sensation were making it real hard there. As Ratchet is now still on a scoring pass. Sarge is out of the penalty box and is still on initial. So Sarge is not scoring any points right now. Takes a big hit there from Bambi Thumper, but Sarge getting called on another forearm, so headed to the box for a second time in this jam. So this is a second power jam for Ratchet and the Vette City Vixens. Ratchet has scored 8 points so far in this jam and comes around on a third scoring pass right now. Naptown trying to do everything they can to slow Ratchet down. They were down a blocker who just came back. Naptown is trying to get into the right formation to slow Ratchet down here. And Vette City is doing all they can to break them apart. Naptown trying to slow Ratchet down ratchets down to 2 skaters. She is through. And that will be a total of 16 points for Vette City Vixens. Sarge back out, but was not able to complete an initial pass in that jam. And so Vette City does take the most sizable lead they've had so far in this game with 4 minutes left in this first half. We've got one more half of Derby to play after this, and we've also got a whole nother game with the Vette City Venom against the Naptown Warning Bells. Warp speed for the Tornado Sirens, and the truth for Vette City. A big pile up of people as Warp Speed is pulled to the back of the pack. Vette City is going to take that lead jammer status, and the truth is going to be coming around on a scoring pass. Pivot for Naptown is in position to take a pass if needed. She has not completed a pass at this point. The jammer for Vette City was just called on a penalty and will be headed to the penalty box. So this will now be a power jam for Naptown and Warp Speed. So now Warp Speed is coming around on her first scoring pass. She is now in scoring position. This jam will go the full 2 minutes as we have no lead jammer established, and none can be established at this point since the truth lost lead jammer status when she went to the box. Warp Speed looking to her bench to ask what to do, and I think her bench just told her there's nothing you can do, just keep going. So she's looking a little bit tired as she's being pulled back right now by Bangs McCoy. She's signaling to her pivot that she would like to pass the star. She has the star off of her head and is kind of just skating back and forth. She passes the pivot to Amelia Bikilia, who will now be jamming for Naptown for the next 30 seconds. Amelia is trying to find some space as the truth is let out of the penalty box and is through for 4 points, as the truth had already done her initial pass. So she went to the box and came out and grabbed those 4 points as she came out. A little bit of a tangle up there with everybody kind of falling down. I heard some whistles as the jam ended, but also maybe someone got a penalty. Naptown did get, it looks like, 2 points to 6 points. Double penalties, got to get off that track, yep. JP Lilly, why are pirates so bad at card magic? Nobody wants to see their poop decks. That's a good one. I don't even need to have the jokes today. As soon as I said pirate jokes, you all were like, we got it, we got you, we got the pirate jokes. I don't even need to tell them. And it looks like we have another official review. I don't know, who's reviewing? Oh, Tornado Sirens are reviewing something. Amy says the truth is so fun to play. She looks like she would be fun to play, but also looks like she would be hard to play against. Okay, who's here to cheer on Naptown? All right, while we are waiting for this official review to be discussed, it is definitely time for more pirate jokes. Okay, I didn't understand this joke. I read it, and because I wanted to understand it before I said it, and then now it's funny. Okay, why do pirates carry swords? How do you turn a pirate furious? Take away the P in pirate. They're irate. Why is this so funny? Okay, while our wonderful dazzle of officials is discussing things in the middle, and I call them a dazzle because a group of zebras is called a dazzle. So I always like to look at our beautiful dazzle in their natural environment as they discuss whatever is being challenged. I would like to introduce them to you. Tonight, our head ref is Bambi Lance. She is joined on skates by Polly, Ogre, Tough Tone, Harley Sin, Darth Blue, Malls Dolls, and Shotgun Mike. Our head NSO tonight is Eggs, and Eggs is joined by Mr. Bruise Guy, Crash Bandy Oops, Atomic Blonde, Fearless Fairy, Sea Dog, Bee, Witchy Wife, and Dirt Diggler. Thank you so much to our wonderful referees. We could not have roller derby without you, and we appreciate you all so incredibly much. We also have two amazing camera operators tonight who are on loan to us from Naptown Roller Derby. So a great big thank you to Sally Gator and Weird Al, who are both doing a fantastic job helping us run our cameras, and we appreciate them so much for helping us out. All right, so City, the officials were discussing it, and they noticed that there was contact, but the contact was in a legal zone, and so no penalty will be given, and the team Naptown will lose their official review. Carl, we're so glad to catch you live. Carl says, I forgot this was on, and we're so glad that you're here, Carl. I believe you're coming to us from Australia, right? We're so happy to have you here with us in our own, with a beautiful, that's not even an apex jump, that's like a straightaway jump to get through for 4 points for Naptown. Jetsy Rocket took a star pass for Vette City as Will Smith is trying to get through the pass. City now has jam. Jetsy Rock, who took a star pass, is going to be a jammer for the next minute because this jam will go the full time. Jetsy Rocket working this pack of markers, penalty being called on Huntress, who's headed to the box, which allows Jetsy Rocket to get through for 4 points. Jetsy Rocket coming around on another scoring pass. Does a And we are back. Welcome back to Derby Date Night. So as we get started with this second half, we've had a really exciting first half where these two teams were neck and neck the entire first half. At the end of the first half, Vette City Vixens started to pull away a little bit, but Naptown is not making it easy on them right now. So on the line, we have got two jammers that we've seen quite a bit today, Ratchet and Will Smith. As I notice Will Smith up here on the line, I want to tell you all a story about my first time ever watching roller derby. Sirius and I had gone on a parents' night out date in Indianapolis, and we won tickets to go see a roller derby game. At that point, I knew nothing about roller derby and really was just like intrigued by the sport. So it was 2014, I think, that we came to our very first game down in Indianapolis at the fairgrounds, and it was this big, huge production, and Will Smith, formerly Made in America, was jamming, and I watched Naptown and Will Smith and just fell in love with roller derby. I was there with one of my friends who was like, oh my gosh, this is so violent, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is so amazing, and I completely fell in love with it and had joined roller derby about a month later after seeing it. So I was talking with Will Smith a little bit before the game today and was reminiscing about skating at the fairgrounds and just Naptown, and so being able to stream today with Naptown is really special to us at Derby Date Night, since Naptown is really where Sirius and I first got to know roller derby, and so it's really special to watch Will Smith skate again and to be able to be here with this team that means so much to us. And that whistle means we are going to start this game again in 30 seconds. Will Smith and Ratchet are lined up right next to each other. Their legs are crossing each other as they're getting ready to start here. Will Smith trying to push that pack forward. Ratchet trying to go for the same space Will Smith is. Little bit of a tumble. Both jammers not finding any space. Will Smith juking to the inside to grab lead jammer for Naptown. But Ratchet getting out about fourth a track behind Will Smith. And this pack is speeding up to try and protect their points. Will Smith approaching the pack, calling the jam off, not able to grab all 4 points, but it looks like they were able to grab 2 points for Naptown. The Truth is lining up for Vette City up against Sarge for Naptown. Sarge all the way back almost to turn 3 for this lineup. The pack itself is lined up all the way at the pivot line. These jammers taking a little bit of a running start. There's one Vette City blocker in the penalty box, it looks like, as we start this jam. Sarge trying to get through. Sarge and Bambi Thumper definitely getting tangled up, both at the outside line and now at the inside line. Sarge thought about taking that jammer hat off, but did not. Where did the Truth go? Okay, the Truth got recycled to the outside. Sarge grabbing lead jammer for Naptown. The Truth also getting out, but Sarge on a scoring pass takes a little tumble to the inside and calls the jam after grabbing 2 more points for Naptown. Carl is trying to get organized for the day. That's probably a good idea. I don't get organized for the day enough. But did someone say apex jump? I don't think there have been that many apex jumps so far in this game, so hopefully we're going to see a good one here. I do know Will Smith jumped the straight at one point in the first half. Warp Speed jamming for Naptown and Queen of Hearts for Vette City Vixens. Warp Speed not able to get back, just stuck and finding space on the outside, says, you know what, I don't need to go through that tripod, I'll just go around it. So Warp Speed is out as lead jammer, about half a track in front of Queen of Hearts. The pack is again trying to speed up trying to prevent any points from being scored. Warp Speed coming around, turns to see Queen of Hearts, and calls the jam after grabbing 1 point for Naptown. Naptown, in these first 3 jams, they've scored 2 points, 2 points, 1 point. So they're just slowly ticking into that lead that Vette City established before halftime. Teeny Tiff, Naptown was my first bout back in 2010. Learned very valuable lessons during the game. That's a hard first bout to have. It was a few years before our team that I was rostered and played a game against Naptown, and they have always been a tough, formidable team. Will Smith jamming for Naptown and Ratchet for Vette City. Ratchet is lead jammer for Vette City. Will Smith still getting a little stuck in the pack, trying to pull this pack apart. Ratchet coming around on her first scoring pass, jukes to the outside, up on her tiptoes. Will Smith is now out of the pack. Queen of Hearts also out of the pack, calls the jam after grabbing 4 points for Vette City. That really shows you that the first 3 jams, Naptown scored 5 points, and in that last jam with 1 pass, Vette City got 4. What Naptown's going to really want to do here is really work to try and score more points in a jam. So they're going to really want to grab, they've been doing a great job getting lead jammer, but when they get lead jammer, what they really want to do is start to hold that other jammer a little bit longer so that Naptown can score more points. Sarge is lead jammer, so let's see if they can do exactly what I was just talking about and hold the truth a little bit longer. We are going to have to pause right now for an injury timeout. And we are back. It looks like there was a little bit of a tumble and maybe some body-to-face contact that caused a skater to go down, but they just skated back to their bench, and it looks like everything is okay. However, the refs are discussing something in the middle, which sometimes happens after a medical timeout. Something I like to talk about every time we have a medical timeout is a big thank you to our medics who are here on hand anytime anything happens, and we really appreciate our medics who are here to help us out immediately. They sit trackside anytime anyone has skates on during a roller derby game, and our medics tonight are Ginger Snap and Bill from Ortho Indy. Although we decided to name him Stitches because he doesn't have a derby name, and he said, he was like, I don't know what my derby name is, and we were like, okay, Bill from Ortho Indy, you are now Stitches. Queen of Hearts jamming for Vette City, and Warp Speed for Tornado Sirens. Warp Speed out as lead jammer. Queen of Hearts getting pulled back by Flannery O'Clobber. Sorry. Oh, a huge tumble up. Lots of people on the ground. Got to be a banana there. Flannery grabbing 4 points and a smile to the crowd. I think this side of the track is louder than the other side of the track, but this is also where the beer garden is, so it's really loud over here. Very excited home crowd. Queen of Hearts up on one leg to get around the outside to get out on her initial, so she has not scored any points yet. Warp Speed is in the pack right now on a scoring pass, calling that jam off, grabbing a few more points for Tornado Sirens. So Naptown just did exactly what I talked about, which was getting lead and holding the jammer longer so they can get more points. It's like they heard me. I don't think I'm that magical, though. Oh, Juke. Triggered by injury timeouts. I know, it's hard, especially when you have been injured yourself. Injury timeouts are always just like, they're just so nerve-wracking. But glad everybody is good and okay. Everybody falling down at the beginning of the jam there. Will Smith jamming for Tornado Sirens and Ratchet for Vette City. Ratchet grabbing lead jammer. This game is still under 100 points with 23 minutes left in the second half. Will Smith is now out. Ratchet on a scoring pass, coming through, trying to get past all the Tornado Siren blockers to grab 4 points, which she does, and then calls the jam. So Will Smith is not able to score any points there. And for the first time today, I know the chat was wondering, hey, where's Roulette Wheels and why is she not jamming? Well, here you go. Those of you who are Roulette Wheels fans, Roulette Wheels taking the star and waving to her adoring fans. I see some fans from Circle City and Corn-Fed over on the sidelines cheering Roulette on, and Roulette will be lining up against Jetsy Rocket from Vette City Vixens, who we saw pivoting in the first half, but I don't think we've seen her take the star for, from the beginning of a jam. Jetsy getting pulled back by Shady Lane. Roulette pushing towards the front, has one more Vette City blocker to get past. The crowd is going wild as Roulette Wheels grabs lead jammer for Naptown. Blackout pulling Jetsy back as Roulette Wheels has engaged the pack and is trying to pull that pack out and force them to bridge. She is down to one blocker left for Vette City and is just trying to use her shoulders. Another blocker, as the pack comes up, another blocker joining, making this real hard on Roulette Wheels. Jetsy still stuck at the back of the pack. Roulette still trying to stretch out the pack in the front, getting pushed to the inside. Has to go to the back of the pack now. Jetsy finding space around the outside, is out, has not scored any points yet. Roulette Wheels is currently on a scoring pass, sees her bench telling her to call the jam, and does so. Grabbing another 2 points for Naptown. Vette City are out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, Carl. Carl, I know you're trying to learn all these Indiana teams, and we've got a lot of Kentucky teams that we play too because they're pretty close to us. Kentucky and Ohio, we play a lot of teams from there. Sarge jamming for Tornado Sirens and Queen of Hearts for Vette City. Both jammers struggling here. We've got a few blockers having to bridge as these packs are spreading apart between turns 1 and 2. Now the packs are all kind of coming together with Queen of Hearts pulling that Naptown pack to the front. Somebody's getting a penalty. Looks like Asian Sensation headed to the penalty box for Naptown as Queen of Hearts is trying to bring that pack apart to grab lead jammer for Vette City. We've got a Vette City blocker also headed to the penalty box, so we only have 3 jammers from each team. There has been a star pass to Huntress, who will now be jamming for Naptown. Huntress has gotten out of the pack, and they are putting that star on so they can score points. Queen of Hearts sees Huntress coming and calls the jam. Oh, awesome. Carl has relatives in Kentucky. Maybe someday, Carl, you can come from Australia and watch some Derby in person here in the Midwest. Ooh, can Derby Date Night come to Kentucky on a Derby Date Night week? Kentucky, Australia. Let's go to Australia, serious. No, not Kentucky. Timeout being called by Vette City. Good, there's a timeout right now, because if I'm switching words like Kentucky and Australia, I clearly need a break too. Okay, with that timeout, that means it's time for more pirate jokes. Those of you who weren't here in the first half, pirate jokes are brought to you by the fact that both of these teams' logos are skulls, and we were trying to think of what to do with jokes, and we said skulls equal pirates. So we get pirate jokes tonight. Oh, Melody, Treble Terror, Shotgun Mike, who's one of our refs, Treble Terror, one of Mike's children, has seen him on screen and keeps shouting, "Go, Daddy, go!" I love that. The little ones who root us on when they see different skaters and referees on screen. So with that, we're going to do some pirate jokes. What's the difference between a hungry pirate and a drunken pirate? One has a rumbling tummy and the other's a tumbling rummy. Lots of former Indiana skaters on Vette City. Lickety Splint skates for Team Indiana too. Yes. Thanks for that info, Teeny. How do pirates prefer to communicate? Eye to eye. Aye, matey. What's a pirate's least favorite veggie? Leeks. Will Smith for Naptown, and the truth up there again from Vette City Vixens. Those packs were not as together as I've seen them tonight. Neither one, and Will Smith is out, blackout, trying to hold the truth, who is able to get out about half a track behind Will Smith. The penalty box has okay, everybody's out of the penalty box now, but Will Smith was able to grab, it looks like, all four points? All 4 points. Great job, Will Smith. Warp Speed lining up for Naptown, and Ratchet lining up for Vette City. Why are we timing out now? Ogre, one of our refs, is skating into the crowd. Uh-oh, what did somebody do? Oh, there's a baby in the, there are babies in the ref lane. Yeah, we don't want babies in the ref lane, so we're gonna make sure that that's not happening. I love that both your children are watching, Mel. It's great to hear that they can both see Daddy on screen. All right, well, we are waiting for children to be removed from the ref lane so they don't get skated over as babies. We will remind you again that we have a brand new website, derbydatenight.com. Check it out, and also check out our merch. We've had lots of people asking us for merch, so you can be one of the first people to own Derby Date Night merch. If you go to our website, you can find our options that are available. And we are getting back to the Derby now, it looks like. Still under 100 points. Ogre came over to tell me what it was, and I just nodded at him. I'm like, yeah, I saw it. Okay, high block being called on Huntress, who's headed to the penalty box. While that was happening, Ratchet grabbed lead jammer for Vette City. Oh, Vette City, Ratchet coming around on the outside and just sailing through to grab 4 points for Vette City. Warp Speed is struggling in the pack and took a hit from Ratchet as she came into the pack, I think. Ratchet threw for another 4 points. Huntress out of the penalty box now, trying to help Warp Speed out. Everybody is just, I mean, there's got to be like water or, I don't know, something slippery over there because everybody is falling down right there at that corner. I'm joking. I don't think there really is, but it's like the bananas in Mario Kart. Ratchet threw for another 4 points, which breaks the 100 mark for Vette City. Lynn says, baby just wants to skate. Those babies, actually, there were 2 of them, and they did look very interested in getting out on the track. I mean, that really is where all the action is, right? Maybe they are future Derby players. Teeny says nobody puts baby in a corner. Well, the refs did. Queen of Hearts lining up for Vette City, and Sarge for Naptown. Jammers deciding to engage with each other before approaching the pack here. The pack backing up to the Jammers, so we are now starting this jam at turn 4. Queen of Hearts zigzagging through the pack to grab lead jammer for Vette City. Sarge trying to find space on the outside. Takes that star off. As there's your apex jump, Carl. Queen of Hearts does an apex jump to get through for 4 points. The star has been passed to Lysis to kill, who will now be jamming for Naptown and is coming around while Queen of Hearts is on another scoring pass. She calls the jam, grabbing another 4 points for Vette City. However, looking at the rankings earlier today, Vette City was expected to outscore Naptown by quite a bit. If Naptown can keep this close, even if they don't actually come out with a victory, then Naptown is going to be looking a lot better in the rankings after this game. Ricky Bobby jamming for the Sirens, and the Truth jamming for Vette City Vixens. Huntress headed to the penalty box again. Oh dear. Huntress had 2 penalties going into halftime. The Truth is the lead jammer for Vette City. So the Huntress has at least 4 penalties. I don't know if there were more in the second half so far. So if you hit 7 by the end of a game, then you have fouled out. So people want to be careful when they get high up in those penalties. The Truth getting through for another 4 points. Penalty being called on, it looks like Lysis to kill, as the Truth is coming around on another scoring pass and weaves through for another 4 points for Vette City. It's now a power jam for Vette City as Roulette Wheels is sitting in the penalty box. The Truth going through for another 4 points. Roulette Wheels standing in the penalty box. I misspoke earlier. That was not Lysis. It was Roulette Wheels that was going to the box. The Truth through for another 4 points as Roulette Wheels is coming in. I don't think she's on her initial, so we'll see if she's scoring any points here. The Truth coming in on another scoring pass with 9 seconds left in this jam. The Truth getting called on a penalty, so the next jam will start as a power jam for Naptown. As that jam comes to an end, Roulette Wheels does grab 4 points for Naptown, and I am not surprised that an official review is being called right now, but it looks like Vette City are the one that are calling the official review. Since we're at another official review, we are going to do a few more jokes, of course. What kind of a ship is most feared by pirates? A steady relationship. I was halfway through writing a movie script about a pirate that kept on losing his wooden leg. Turns out there's already a film called Footloose. Oh, another timeout. Who's calling a timeout now? Ogre is going to to Queen of Hearts. He just said something to Queen of Hearts. It is going to be a power jam as Will Smith is sitting in the penalty box. I'm about to find out why. The end of that jam looks like Will Smith received a leaping contact penalty. Okay, I don't think leaping contact is on my cheat sheet, so let me see. He showed me a symbol. Leaping contact would be, illegal contact. That is the penalty that goes along with that. Thank you for my Mother's Day present of a cheat sheet, Sirius. Ratchet getting lead jammer while Will Smith waits in the penalty box. Will Smith has taken off the star, so will be coming out of the penalty box. Might be looking for a pivot to pass it to, as Ratchet is coming around on her first scoring pass. These Naptown blockers are going to try to make it as hard as they can. We've got one Naptown blocker getting sent to the penalty box, and Ratchet just has to get past Asian Sensation, who's doing some one-on-one blocking here. As Will Smith is in the pack now and trying to get through with some help from Huntress. Will Smith tiptoeing along the outside, trying to stay inbounds. As Ratchet comes through on another scoring pass. Will Smith is going to the inside. Ratchet is stuck on the outside. And, oh, Ratchet trying to do a apex jump there was stopped by Asian Sensation, who is now headed to the penalty box for illegal contact. Queen of Hearts on the line for Vette City, and Sarge on the line for Naptown. Sarge juking from side to side and finding space on the inside to grab lead jammer as Blackout pushes Queen of Hearts to the outside and is slowing Queen of Hearts down. This is a real opportunity for Naptown as Sarge does an apex jump. I don't know that Sarge was able to land it, and we are going to be stopping for a quick injury timeout. And we are back. Thank you for your patience during that extended timeout while we dealt with a medical issue. As we said in the chat, everyone, it looks like, is sending their love to Sarge. We are hoping the best for Sarge. Sarge was interacting with the crowd as he was leaving, so we all wish our best to Sarge. As we get back to the action here, we've got Will Smith jamming for Tornado Sirens and Ratchet jamming for Vette City Vixens. Ratchet is going to be lead jammer for Vette City. Will Smith following about half a track behind. The pack speeding up a little bit as Ratchet approaches the pack on her first scoring pass. Ratchet deciding to call it off, hoping that Will Smith was not able to grab any points. Looks like both skaters were able to grab 2 points there, ending that jam in a 2-2. And we have got the Truth lining up for Vette City. And is that Huntress lining up for Naptown? It is. Looks like Huntress taking the star for the first time tonight, not as a pivot for Naptown. Huntress getting pushed out and pulled back. And the Truth grabbing lead jammer. The Truth coming around on her first scoring pass. Huntress getting up on one skate, trying to get out of this pack as the Truth comes through, grabbing 4 points for Vette City. Huntress still on their initial, taking the star off, might be looking for roulette wheels to pass the star. The Truth coming through on another scoring pass, making that total 8 points. Huntress still with the star. Having a hard time getting past Bambi Thumper there. The Truth getting pushed to the outside by roulette wheels and decides to call the jam. Warp Speed taking the star for Naptown, and Queen of Hearts for Vette City. All right, as that jam begins, looks like a penalty being called on a Vette City blocker who's headed to the penalty box there. Warp Speed stuck at the back, pushing through a tripod. Queen of Hearts trying to swing from side to side to pull apart this Naptown tripod. Blackout trying to provide some offensive help to break apart the tripod that Warp Speed is hidden behind. Big hit from Warp Speed, who I think is now headed, or Blackout, who's now headed to the penalty box for Naptown. Warp Speed was able to get out and will be lead jammer for Naptown. Queen of Hearts still struggling to get through, has the star off. Warp Speed is currently on a scoring pass. But Warp Speed has gotten stuck at the back of the pack. Queen of Hearts was able to get out, will need to put that star back on her head before she can score any points, is coming around on a scoring pass as Warp Speed is getting pushed to the outside and decides to call the jam. But I think some points might have gotten stolen there. Let's see. Looks like Warp Speed did grab all 4 and kept Vette City scoreless. But an official review has been called. Official timeout, as they confer on a couple things. All right, and another official review it's not an official review, it's an official timeout, and they're all discussing something. Will Smith is on the line up against Ratchet while we wait for the officials to discuss a few things. But that also means pirate jokes because we've got a few more pirate jokes left tonight. And don't forget, I know there's only 6 minutes left in this game, but we have a whole nother game that's going to happen after this. So stick around for our next game between Naptown Tornado Sirens and the Naptown Warning Bells and the Vette City Venom. I promise. I know who's playing. I promise. But pirate jokes while we wait for this official review. Why do pirates bury their treasure 18 inches under the ground? Because booty is only shin deep. I didn't get that. Booty is only shin deep. Get it? Beauty is only skin deep. Booty is only shin deep. That's why they only bury their treasure 18 inches, because that's where your shins are. Get it? Serious? No? He just said, okay. I think he wanted me to stop explaining the joke. What do you call a pirate with 2 eggs, 2 eyes, 2 hands, and 2 legs? A beginner. Oh, that one got serious. He just laughed out loud. Where can you find a pirate who lost his wooden legs? Right where you left him. You're not going anywhere. Why would you join a band of pirates? Peer pressure. Like on a pier. We are having someone get expelled from the game for an intentional forearm. So Blackout will be expelled from the game for an intentional forearm. So since we've had someone be expelled, what that means is since Blackout was in the penalty box when that happened, the captain will now need to sit in the penalty box and serve that penalty, or a designee, I believe. Will Smith is the captain, I think. Who's going to serve the penalty? No one's in the penalty box right now. Did they serve the penalty already? I think maybe Blackout completed their penalty. So no one has to sit in the penalty box for Blackout because the penalty was completed by the end of the jam, is my guess. So with that being said, Will Smith is jamming for Naptown and Ratchet jamming for Vette City Vixens. Ratchet is through as lead jammer for Vette City Vixens. Will Smith is currently in the penalty box. Ratchet dipping underneath the Naptown blockers to get through for 4 points for Vette City. And is coming back in. Will Smith standing, which means less than 10 seconds left in the penalty. Ratchet is through for another 4 points. And coming around on another scoring pass as Will Smith re-enters the pack. Takes a hit from Asian Sensation to the outside, Ratchet, which slows Ratchet down for the first time in this jam. Eric says it doesn't have to be the captain, just a sub in the box. So if Blackout hadn't served the full penalty, then it would just be a sub in the box. Ratchet taking a hit from Asian Sensation and calls the jam. And we've got Ricky Bobby on the line for Naptown and the Truth for Vette City. I think the penalty box is currently empty. We have 4 minutes left in this game. Thank you all for joining us on Derby Date Night as Seriously and I have a true Derby Date Night without our kids who we've left at home, who so far have only messaged us asking us if they can have $1 for watching the dog. So that's how our kids' night is going. Ricky Bobby pulling that pack apart to the front, hoping that pack doesn't catch up so Ricky Bobby can get out here. The Truth trying to sneak around on the outside, getting pushed to the outside by Roulette Wheels. Ricky Bobby now has been swallowed back up by the pack and has to get through. Oh, it's so hard when you get through almost all the skaters and then they all catch up and now you have to get through them all over again. These poor jammers are really working hard right now, having made a complete lap with no lead jammer established. So difficult. Ricky Bobby again pulling that pack apart, finally getting through to grab a well-deserved, well-earned lead jammer for Naptown. The Truth also getting out about a quarter track behind. Penalty being called on the Truth. Looks like I think that was a track cut. So this will be a power jam for Ricky Bobby and the Naptown Tornado Sirens. Just got to get past Bambi Thumper. Ricky Bobby is working so hard. Oh, that must take so much strength. Decides to call the jam after grabbing 4 more points for Naptown, calling the jam to freeze the Truth in the penalty box. So Naptown will start this next jam with a power jam. Daniel, you are very welcome. We are happy to host you and glad it's been great. So hopefully you stick around for the next game or tune in tomorrow for our Mother's Day special edition of Derby Date Night. Sirius has already given me 2 Mother's Day presents, so I wonder what tomorrow will bring. I've already gotten chairs and a laminated penalty cheat sheet. He just looked at me like, what the heck, Dad? Don't you have enough? Woo! A beautiful power jam start from Will Smith, grabbing a quick lead jammer while the Truth waits in the penalty box. The Truth is just about to come out of the oh! There's that apex jump from Will Smith to grab 4 points for Naptown as the Truth comes out of the penalty box and is still on their initial, being pulled to the back there. Will Smith with another 4 points for Naptown. Just coming out swinging in this jam, bringing the Tornado Sirens above 100 points for the first time in this game. With a spin, Will Smith grabs another 4 points and calls the jam, keeping Vette City scoreless in that jam with 1:30 left in this game. Ooh, that was a fun jam. A little bit of confusion on the Vette City side. Queen of Hearts and Warp Speed looking at each other. Both going, what's going on? I don't know, why were they confused? There was some confusion with their hand signals there. 1 minute left in this game and Queen of Hearts is headed to the penalty box. So this will be another power jam for Naptown. Roulette Wheels also headed to the penalty box. Warp Speed is lead jammer. That penalty box looks full as Warp Speed is coming around. Lots of people in the penalty box. 43 seconds left in this game. Warp Speed taking a big hit. Penalty being assessed to a Vette City blocker for that hit. Warp Speed getting through for 4 points. We've only got 2 blockers from Naptown on the track, 3 blockers from Vette City. Warp Speed coming around on a second scoring pass with 24 seconds left in this game. Queen of Hearts is through on her initial, is now in scoring position as she comes around. Warp Speed calling the jam with 13 seconds left in this game and a timeout being called by Naptown to freeze the clock. Tornado Sirens now at 1:09, and the officials look like they're discussing something with this game being almost but not quite done as Naptown is making a late surge here in the end of this game. As we finish up, we thank you all for those of you who sent us super chats, helping support our stream, helping keep us going. We are so excited and we really appreciate any super chats that you can send our way. We've also got merch for you now on our website, derbydatenight.com. If you want to take a look at some of our merch and support us, we're going to be updating that website with more and more things as we continue to establish our online presence. We have another game coming up after this one as well, so stick around for your Saturday night entertainment as we have one more game today and a whole nother one tomorrow as well. Will Smith on the line one more time for Naptown and Ratchet for Vette City. 6 seconds left on the clock. This will most likely be our very last jam of this game. As I like to do at the end of these games, if you've been watching this stream and saw something you liked, shout out that skater, shout out that team. They'll be watching this again tomorrow and would love to see you shout them out with all the great things you've seen them do. Ratchet is lead jammer, coming around. Looks like an attempted star pass by Will Smith. The star is on the ground. Roulette Wheels is indicating to Will Smith, you have to come back and get the star. Ratchet has gotten 4 points and is coming around on another scoring pass. The star looks to be... Okay, Roulette Wheels has picked it up and is trying to hand it back to Will Smith, who I think is kind of laughing at this whole situation with the star, but Will now has the star back in hand. Ratchet has scored 8 points and is coming around on another scoring pass as Will Smith takes a little bit of a tumble in the back of the pack. Still on their initial here. Period clock has ended. We are in jam time only with a minute left in jam time. This game is in the control of Ratchet and Vette City, who could choose to call it. Ratchet getting stuck in the pack. Will Smith still on initial, has passed it to Roulette Wheels, who now has the city. Very well fought by the Tornado Sirens, who fought very hard against Vette City, who came out victorious in this game. This has been a wonderful game. Thank you all for your support in the chat. We love enjoying our Derby Date nights with you, our third wheels. We'll be taking probably about a 30-minute break between games while the teams warm up. Naptown Warning Bells will be taking the track against Vette City Venom in this next game, and we look forward to seeing more Derby with you and more pirate jokes. So we will be back in just a little bit. That will be the official score. The refs have called it. Let's all go get a snack and we'll be back with you shortly. And welcome back to Derby Date Night in our night of pirate jokes for these two teams, Naptown and Vette City, who both have skulls as their logo, which is why we are doing all the pirate jokes tonight and all the fun. If you are just joining us, you missed a fabulous first game between the Naptown Sirens and the Vette City Vixens. You are joining us now for our second game of the night between Naptown Warning Bells and Vette City Venom. I'm Aria Kidding Me on the mic tonight, and I am joined by my favorite person in the world, Seriously, who is pushing buttons and trying to keep me under control behind the scenes. Unfortunately for him, I have had my energy drink, and it is hitting hard right now, so this will be real fun. Our kids are home tonight, and they are taking care of the dog, which they have asked $1 for. So it sounds like they're doing okay, I guess. They feel like they've earned $1. But that means we have a true Derby Date Night happening tonight. And a big hello to all of you, our third wheels, joining us on our date tonight. Feel free to shout out where you're from and who you are rooting for tonight in the chat. You can find us here on YouTube, also on Instagram and Facebook. Like and subscribe to find out where you can join us next. We also have a brand new website, just debuted yesterday, with merchandise. So you can go to derbydatenight.com and be one of the very first to show off your Derby Date Night merch. We're super excited about finally having some merch to share with you all. But enough about us and Derby Date Night. Let's get to the reason you are here today. You are here to watch Vette City and Naptown in this second battle of the night. Our first battle was a sanctioned competitive bout. This next bout is not sanctioned, but it is going to be just as competitive. These are the B team for both Vette City and Naptown, and you'll see skaters that you might have seen in the first game. You'll see some skaters who have never skated in a bout before publicly. I'll be shouting out who those skaters are later, and always a good time to join you here on Saturday night. Who are you going to be seeing tonight? Our visiting team in teal is Vette City Venom, 138 Lolo, 2 Hexecutioner, 2-1 Slip Happens, 213 Micro Machina, 2-2 Out of Control, 2-3 Silent But Deadly, 2-6 Scouter Stitches, 3-3 Sugary, 4-2 Scarlet Fever, 4-3 Foxytocin, 7-1-3 Fancy Beans, 5-5 Queen of Hearts, 8-7 Controlled Chaos, and 92 Big City Slam. For Naptown, your home team in black, 104 Garbage Witch, 1537 Pedro Smash Gal, 205 Rookie Bobby, 213 Storm Breaker, 308 Sarge, 1 Banana, 43 Neurotica, 45 Tina Totaler, 519 Barbie, 57 Robin Daggers, 611 Blackout, 8 Femme Natal, 8008 Speed Cat, 85 Amelia Bekilia, 9 Warp Speed, and 99 Deadly Page. I'm seeing some comments in the chat I'm going to respond to. I see a shout out for Lolo138. Mel says only $1, no food orders. No, today they did not demand us to send them a food delivery. They just asked for money. William says, go Naptown. Tara, how's the temp there? It is actually not as hot as it was last week. It's like decent. We don't have to have a fan on. People aren't sweating all over the place. So it is a very nice temperature tonight, which we always appreciate when we're here in Indianapolis at Perry Park. Lynn says, go team. Elizabeth saying, go Ada. Keep cheering out your favorite skaters in the chat, and also let us know, what city are you watching from right now? We will be beginning shortly with our first jam. We've also got an amazing ref crew with us today. We've got our head ref, Bambi Lance, joined by Polly, Ogre, Tough Tone, Harley Sin, Darth Blue, Malls Dolls, and Shotgun Mike. And our NSO crew is headed by Eggs, who is joined by Mr. Bruise Guy, Crash Bandy Oops, Atomic Blonde, Fearless Fairy, Sea Dog, Bee, Witchy Wife, and Dirt Diggler. We've also got some amazing medics on hand, Ginger Snap and Bill from Ortho Indy. And on camera, we've got some wonderful supporters in Sally Gator and Weird Al. Naptown has loaned them to us for the night, and we really appreciate their help on cameras. Tara, I can't wait to see you tomorrow. I saw that you snagged some of that Derby Date Night merch. I can't wait to see you in it. You have to send us a picture of it when you get it. We're so excited that you're supporting us, and I cannot wait to see you tomorrow. Isn't it a great crew? Very good crew. This ref crew is very talented. And we have started this game. Tina Totaler jamming for the Warning Bells and Scarlet Fever for Vette City Venom. Scarlet Fever getting pushed to the outside and pulled back by Blackout, while Tina Totaler is lead jammer for Warning Bells. The star has been passed to Hexecutioner of Vette City. As Tina is on a scoring pass, getting a little bit slowed down, sees that Hexecutioner is coming around and decides to call the jam after scoring 4 points for the Warning Bells. Duck Duck Brews in the chat representing for Rock City Roller Derby, and Tara helping hype us up, saying buy the merch, y'all. We've got t-shirts, muscle tanks, and today we added a crop top. We're working on patches too, someday. Neurotica getting lead jammer for Warning Bells. Sugary is jamming for Vette City Venom. Neurotica headed to the penalty box for Naptown, so this will be a lead, well, not only a lead jammer for Sugary, but also a power jam for Sugary and Vette City. Sugary approaching the pack on their first scoring pass. That pack is moving, so it looks like Vette City is not going to slow the pack down. Sugary trying to find space, does so with a little hop to grab 4 points for Vette City. Neurotica just in the penalty box was clapping for Sugary, like, good job. I love that. Look at that support coming from the penalty box. Sugary through for another 4 points. Neurotica still in the penalty box. Did Neurotica go for a full minute? It feels like Neurotica's been in the penalty box for a long time. Sugary on a third scoring pass. Just has to get past, looks like Ricky Bobby, who is not going to let her out easily. Neurotica is now standing in the penalty box, and Sugary decides to call the jam, freezing Neurotica in the penalty box, but Neurotica is standing, so will be coming out of the penalty box shortly. Slip happens on the line for Vette City, and Neurotica in the box to start the jam for Naptown. And the jam has begun. Slip happens trying to take advantage of this short power jam. Neurotica is now in, so both jammers eligible for lead jammer. Slip happens getting pushed to the inside and pulled to the back by Deadly Page. Neurotica trying to find space, trying to push that pack forward. As the pack reaches turn 2, no lead jammer has been established. Slip happens, finds some space on the inside. Neurotica is right behind. These two jammers are going to race to the pack. And Slip happens decides to call the jam before anyone can score any points. Scarlet Fever on the line for Vette City, and I can't tell who that is for. Ego says, I spy Batty. Yes, Battison from Circle City is currently announcing this game in the in-house announcer. So that's why you see Battison, because she's announcing today. Stormbreaker is the jammer for the Warning Bells. Stormbreaker joining the Warning Bells for the and Naptown for the first time, coming from Michigan. This is Stormbreaker's first season with Naptown and the first lead jammer Stormbreaker has gotten as a Naptown skater. Scarlet Fever following close behind. Stormbreaker goes through and tries to call the jam, but is called on a penalty. Looks like that might have been a back block. Scarlet Fever grabbed 4 points. This jam will go the full 2 minutes. As Scarlet Fever's coming around on a scoring pass, Stormbreaker will be waiting in the penalty box. There are only 3 blockers out on the track for Naptown right now, as one is returning from the penalty box. Scarlet Fever trying to take advantage of this power jam. A little bit of a tumble up there as Stormbreaker is now standing in the box, so is about to be released. Scarlet Fever has not made it through on this second pass yet. Stormbreaker is back in and now will be skating as Scarlet Fever is almost through. He just has to get past Blackout to be able to grab 4 more points, bringing her total to 8 points. 25 seconds left in this jam. We will be going the full 2 minutes. Stormbreaker is on a scoring pass right now, so eligible to score points, but is currently being pulled back by Big City Slam. Both jammers getting slowed up in this pack. We might just end it with both these jammers still in this pack. Looks like nobody's going to break free before the jam ends. Sirius tells me that you can all hear me opening a cookie, but I'm hungry, Sirius. I've already announced one game today, and now I'm hungry, so how do I open the cookie? He said to give it to him. Okay. Tina Totaler on the line for Naptown, and Sugary for Vette City. Wait, I said for you to open the cookie, not to eat the cookie. Okay, now that's your cookie. I have a whole nother cookie, don't you worry. Sugary is the lead jammer for Vette City Venom. Ricky Bobby trying to get out. Ricky Bobby has taken a star pass and is now the jammer for Naptown as Sugary is engaged in the pack on a scoring pass, has gotten those 4 points and decides to call the jam before Ricky Bobby can score any of her own. He opened that cookie and thought he stole cookie from me, but what he doesn't know is I have a whole nother cookie. He just gave me the worst look. I mean, who of us does not have hidden food somewhere in their house? Admit it. I know some of you do. Melody didn't hear me open the cookie. Neurotica jamming for the Warning Bells, and Micro Machina for Vette City Venom. Micro Machina getting pulled back to the back of the pack as Neurotica is trying to find some space. Micro Machina getting pushed to the outside and pulled back by Warp Speed as Neurotica grabs lead jammer for Naptown and hypes up the crowd as she comes around on her first scoring pass. Neurotica in scoring position right now, engaged in the pack. Micro Machina still trying to find a way through. Looks like the star is still on her helmet, so has not thought about passing the star to the pivot at this point. Neurotica taking a little bit of a break in the back. Micro Machina was able to get out. Neurotica looking to find some space before Micro Machina can come through. Neurotica decides to call the jam after scoring 3 points for Naptown. Lynn, see, I knew there were others like me. Lynn says, I sure do. I have kids, gotta hide the good snacks. Exactly. I have had to change hiding spaces like 3 different times because the kids keep finding my hiding spaces. Scarlet Fever on the line for Vette City. And Stormbreaker grabbing lead jammer very quickly for Naptown. Penalty being called on Vette City jammer. This is now a power jam for Naptown and Stormbreaker. Blackout providing some offense for Stormbreaker to get through for 4 points for Naptown. This is a great opportunity for Naptown as Vette City has taken the early lead while Scarlet Fever sits in the box. Stormbreaker is trying to score as many points as she can. Scarlet Fever is now standing, less than 10 seconds left. Everybody getting a little bit tangled up. Scarlet Fever is released from the penalty box. Stormbreaker through for another 4 points for Naptown. Scarlet Fever now engaging in the pack. Stormbreaker coming around on a third scoring pass. Scarlet Fever is now out of the pack, has not scored any points as that was her initial. Stormbreaker deciding to call the jam, but not before doing some damage there, grabbing 11 total points for the warning bells, bringing them within 10 points to Vette City. Melody, your kids will get big enough to know where you keep the good snacks, but yes, I also have hiding places from Sirius, and he knows it. Don't look at me like that. You know I have hiding spaces, and I also know you have hiding spaces from me. I'm very aware. Sugary jamming for Vette City and Tina Totaler for the warning bells. Sugary is your lead jammer for Vette City. Tina Totaler also getting out of the pack there. Sugary approaching the pack on their first scoring pass, is weaving through the pack and tiptoeing. Looks like she might have gotten pushed out there by Ricky Bobby. But Naptown was able to steal 2 points there, and so that was a 2-2, an even jam for both teams. Most of the time what I hide is chocolate. I would say that's the most common thing that is hidden in our house is chocolate. Neurotica lining up for Naptown. And slip happens for Vette City. Neurotica trying to find space on the inside. Unfortunately gets called on a track cut as Neurotica tries to jump that inside line. So this will be a power jam for Vette City, and slip happens, who has gotten through but is not, okay, is called lead jammer. And this is a power jam for slip happens. Slip happens approaching the pack on their first scoring pass is through for 4 points for Vette City. As the pack stands still, waiting for slip happens to come around, Neurotica is now standing in the penalty box. Has taken the star off, so might be looking for a pivot when she comes back. Slip happens working through the pack, is down to just a couple blockers. The pack catching up to slip happens as Blackout pushes slip happens to the outside and pulls slip happens all the way back. Neurotica back in and through the pack, but slip happens decides to call the jam before Neurotica can score any points. Scarlet Fever on the line for Vette City and Stormbreaker for Naptown. Yes, Mel, I agree. Beautiful toe stop work and control by Slip on turn 3. Very good work on those toe stops. Both jammers struggling as this jam begins, finding very tough walls and just kind of getting stuck as Stormbreaker is kind of jumping from side to side, trying to get out, and is getting pulled all the way back by Big City Slam. Scarlet Fever up on her toe stops, trying to find some space, trying to push through this pack as best as she can, while Stormbreaker is all the way at the back getting recycled. No lead jammer has been established. Oh, as I said that, Stormbreaker found some space and is out of the pack and is lead jammer for Naptown. Scarlet Fever is still on her initial, trying to find some space, trying to get around these Naptown blockers. Is able to get through, while Stormbreaker is headed to the penalty box for, it looks like, a high block. So this is now a power jam for Vette City, and this jam will go the full 2 minutes. Scarlet Fever getting pulled by Deadly Page. The pack waiting for Scarlet Fever to join them, but Deadly Page doing some one-on-one blocking, making it difficult for Scarlet to get to the pack. Stormbreaker is standing in the penalty box, so will be released shortly, and both of these jammers will have 15 seconds to score as many points as they can. However, this is now a Shanana jam as Scarlet Fever is being sent to the penalty box, so both jammers being sent to the box in this jam. And that jam has come to an end. Let's see. Track cut being called on at Naptown at the end of that jam. So with Scarlet Fever already sitting in the box, both jammers will start the jam in the box, except for what will happen is Vette City will be released from the box at the moment the jam starts, and then Naptown will sit in the box for as long as Vette City has already sat in the box. So jam has started, Scarlet Fever has been released and is now playing and on the track. Stormbreaker now also released after having sat for as long as Scarlet Fever did, and is also on the track and playing. Megan says, "Love you, Sarge. Hope you're feeling okay." Scarlet Fever is lead jammer for Vette City. Stormbreaker trying to find some space, getting pushed to the back and pushed to the inside as Scarlet Fever comes around on her first scoring pass, takes a hit to the outside by Ricky Bobby. Stormbreaker still trying to find some space to get out. She's still on her initial. Beautiful toe stops on the inside line to stay inbounds and get out of the pack there. And Scarlet Fever calls the jam and scores 2 points for Vette City. Kimmy says Deadly is giving zero mercy out there. Yes, Deadly is doing some fantastic one-on-one blocking and just really doing a great job and having great awareness of where that jammer is. Tina Totaler lining up for Naptown and Sugary for Vette City. Sugary getting pushed to the inside, but Tina Totaler as well. Both jammers getting pulled back to turn 4 and having to re-engage the pack. Sugary finding a little bit of a break, but the pack is reforming around her, but she gets on those toe stops and just runs right out of the pack as Tina Totaler is headed to the penalty box. So this is a power jam for Vette City. That pack is still moving in this power jam as Sugary is getting some help from her offense, and they clear that inside line, and she is through for 4 points for Vette City. Tina still sitting in the box as Sugary comes around on a second scoring pass. Tina is now standing, so less than 10 seconds remaining for that penalty. Sugary taking some hits there from warp speed, but is almost through. Deadly has to get past Deadly. She is through and gets 4 more points as Tina Totaler comes back in, is holding the star in her hand, but I don't know if she's going to pass to the pivot or not, because that pack is moving fast. Nope, she doesn't need to pass to the pivot. She is out and is now in scoring position as Sugaree is engaged the pack on another scoring trip, but it gets called on a forearm and is headed to the box for Vette City. Tina Totaler has made it through the pack for 4 points for Naptown. And that jam ends before she can score any more points for Naptown. We have 10 minutes left in this first half with a score of 48-24. If you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, you can do that. We also have a website, derbydatenight.com, where you can find merch if you want to rep our stuff and show your love for Derby Date Night. At some point, we would love to have some good third wheel merchandise for you, or maybe even a concert tee showing you all the places we've been this year. So be on the lookout for more merch in the future. Neurotica jamming for the warning bells, and Sugaree in the box for Vette City. So this is a power jam for Naptown as Neurotica is coming around on her first scoring pass. Sugaree is standing in the box, so Neurotica has 10 seconds to score as many points as she can before Sugaree comes out. Sugaree will be in on her initial, so not in scoring position. Neurotica comes through with 4 points for Naptown. Sugaree is going back to the box again. So another penalty for Sugaree, so another 30 seconds for Neurotica to try and continue to score more points. Neurotica taking a big hit, another big hit, and staying in bounds. Just great core strength there to be able to stay in bounds and grab 4 points for the warning bells. Starting to really cut into that lead. Neurotica back in the pack again, trying to find some space, looking for some help from her offense. Blackout coming in to provide some space as Sugaree is coming out of the box and has the star in hand. Neurotica getting a little bit stuck behind this pack. Sugaree is getting a little bit stuck too. Neurotica decides to call the jam. 8 points scored in that jam by the warning bells. Definitely starting to cut into the lead that Vette City has established with 50 points. We have 8 minutes left in this first half. I don't think a single timeout has been called yet, which does not normally happen at this point in the game. So been a really well-paced game so far, but pretty low scoring. Banana jamming for the warning bells for the first time in this game, and Micro Machina is jamming for Vette City. Micro Machina up on toe stops, kind of just really moving forward with those toe stops. Banana trying to find space at the front is able to do so and will be lead jammer for Naptown. Micro Machina still on a first pass, takes that star off and hands it to the pivot. Queen of Hearts, who will now be jamming for Vette City. Banana sees Queen of Hearts coming and decides to call the jam, but not before scoring 4 points for the warning bells. 14 points separate these teams. Look how confident I am with that math, Sirius. I'm doing well here. My brain is working. It's also even numbers. Makes it easier. When the numbers are odd, it's harder to do the math. Tina Totaler is on the line for Naptown and Scarlet Fever for Vette City. Both jammers engaging in the pack. Tina Totaler taking a little bit of a tumble. Ricky Bobby coming out of the box. Still one Vette City blocker in the box. Both jammers trying to find space. Tina Totaler will be lead jammer for Naptown as Scarlet Fever is being pulled to the back by Deadly Page. Tina Totaler engaging the pack on her first scoring pass. Scarlet Fever still stuck at the back of the pack, trying to get past just all the Naptown blockers. Tina Totaler also getting a little bit tangled up, but is able to get through for 4 more points. For Naptown, bringing them within 10 points with 5 minutes left in this first half. And now it's a power jam for Naptown as Scarlet Fever is headed to the box with 52 seconds left in this first half. Tina has gotten 4 more points and has 30 seconds now to score as many points as she can without another jammer out on the track. The packs are both getting ready for Tina to engage. And she is through for another 4 points, bringing Naptown within 2 points of Vette City. Scarlet Fever is now standing in the penalty box. Tina has got 10 seconds until Scarlet Fever comes out. She is weaving through that pack, trying to find some space. Scarlet Fever is back in the game, and that whistle means that is the end of the jam. And it is now a Warning Bells lead, 51-50, with a 15-point jam for the Warning Bells, giving them the lead for the first time in this game. Woohoo! I love a close game. With 4 minutes left in the first half. Sugary on the line for Vette City and Stormbreaker for the Warning Bells. This is a very important jam for both of these jammers, as this is the closest this game has been since the beginning. And both jammers are going to want this lead, which goes to Sugary, but Stormbreaker is out in front of Sugary, and so Sugary calls the jam. She was like, okay, if you're going to be in front of me, I'm going to call it. Neurotica on the line for Naptown, and Slip Happens for Vette City with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this first half. All right, both jammers racing to the pivot line. Neurotica thought she saw some space on the inside line, is getting pushed to the inside. Slip Happens takes that opportunity to grab lead jammer for Vette City. Neurotica still finishing up, getting recycled to the back of the pack, is engaged in the pack. Just has to get past one more Vette City blocker as Slip Happens comes through, grabbing 4 points for Vette City. Neurotica is right behind, racing. The pack speeds up as these jammers are approaching. Slip Happens says, you know what, I'm going to call it. I'm not going to let you try to score anything here, Neurotica. Neurotica nods in agreement. This game has turned quite competitive here with only 3 points separating these two teams. Vette City has now taken the lead back from the Warning Bells. Is there still not been a timeout? The last game we watched, there were so many timeouts, and this game, we're almost through the first half with no timeouts. Tina Totaler jamming for Naptown, gets pushed to the outside, is working on her toe stops, trying to get through. Scarlet Fever sees a hole in the inside, runs up the front, thinks she has lead jammer, but gets called on, I think, a track cut, and is headed to the penalty box to join her pivot. So Tina Totaler, also getting called on a track cut, is also headed to the box. So all the blockers get to take a little break right now while they wait for Tina Totaler to get to the box to release Scarlet Fever. And once Tina Totaler sits, Scarlet Fever will be released. And now we are back into the derby with Vette City coming in as the only jammer, having a power jam with 1:10 left in this jam. Scarlet Fever has engaged the pack. The pack is reforming around her. She sees some space on the inside and takes it to get out of the pack on her initial. So she did not score any points there because she was on her initial, but she is now in a point scoring position with 48 seconds left in this half. Tina Totaler is trying to get through on her initial. Although I don't know if this is her initial. I don't know if she was 20 feet away from the pack when she got called on that penalty. I think this is still her initial. Tina Totaler trying to get through. Scarlet Fever is also stuck at the back of the pack. Both jammers moving slowly. These packs not really letting them get much progress. We've got 2 Naptown blockers in the box. The 2 Naptown blockers out on the track doing a great job holding Scarlet Fever as long as they can. Scarlet Fever does get through for 4 points for Vette City. 3 seconds left in this jam. 19 seconds left in this half. And it looks like Vette City extends that lead a little bit, and the first timeout of the half does get called by Vette City. So we will take a small break, and I will get to tell you the first joke since this game started, I think. Have I not been able to tell any pirate jokes yet? We got to do some pirate jokes because we haven't done any this whole first half. When do pirates remove the anchor? At the cracking of dawn. Sirius shook his head at that one. Do pirates enjoy fighting? Sort of. I like that one. What's the difference between a pirate and a cranberry farmer? A pirate buries his treasure. A cranberry farmer treasures his berries. That one was good. I like that one. Okay, and finally, I asked a pirate why he had a paper towel on his head. He said, "Oh, I have a bounty on my head." Get it? Bounty? Paper towels? That was a good joke break. Good joke break. All right, back to the Derby for what is likely our last jam of the half. Both of these teams wanting to go into the half with the lead. Stormbreaker trying to get through, but is unable as Sugaree grabs a lead jammer status pretty quickly there for Vette City. Stormbreaker still stuck at the back of the pack as Sugaree is approaching the pack on her first scoring pass. Finds some space on the inside to dash through. A star pass has been completed to Blackout, who will now be the jammer for Naptown. Period time has run out. Sugaree is approaching the pack, decides to call the jam before scoring any points. So no points. Oh wait, 4 points. She scored 4 total. So we go to intermission with a 9-point difference between these two teams. This could be anybody's game as we come back from intermission. We will be gone for about 15 minutes, which is just enough time for you to go to derbydatenight.com to buy some merch. See you in a bit. Welcome back to Derby Date Night. You are joining us for the second half of our last game of the night between the Naptown Roller Derby Warning Bells and the Vette City Venom. We have got Tina Totaler on the line up against Micro Machina. Getting ready to start this first jam of the last half. Micro Machina up on toe stops. Tina Totaler finding space on the outside line to become lead jammer. Mike passes it to the pivot, who will now be jamming for Vette City. That is Hexecutioner, who is able to get through. Tina Totaler is now on a scoring pass, is through with 4 points for the Warning Bells, and decides to call the jam before any points can be scored by Vette City, bringing the Warning Bells within 7. Scarlet Fever is on the line up against Neurotica. Scarlet Fever and Neurotica having a little conversation before they get started. You know, like you do in Derby. Both jammers skating up to the pivot line where the pack is waiting for them. Scarlet Fever takes a hit and goes to the ground, while Neurotica takes advantage of some space to become lead jammer for Naptown. Neurotica coming around on her first scoring pass. Scarlet Fever is out of the pack. Neurotica is through for 4 points and looks to her coach to see what we're going to do. Looks like we are going to run it and let Scarlet Fever try and score some points for Vette City. Neurotica is through for another 4 points for Naptown, for a total of 8 points for the Warning Bells. Vette City was able to grab 2 points, and that makes this a 1-point game. Vette City still in the lead, but only by 1 point. Sugary on the line for Vette City, and Deadly Page taking the star for the first time this game for Naptown. Deadly Page trying to find some space on the inside, up on those toe stops. Sugary kind of going back and forth in the back, trying to find space of her own. Deadly Page pulling the pack to the front, finds some space around the outside, and becomes lead jammer for Naptown. Smiles to the crowd as she is going around, and it comes around on her first scoring pass. Sugary was able to get out of the pack. Deadly Page hits the pack, and a few people have a little bit of a tumble there, and she decides to call the jam before Sugary can come through and score any points, giving the Warning Bells nope, not the lead, just the tie. This is a tie game, people. I love it when I see people jumping on toe stops. A lot of people wouldn't dare just jump in excitement on roller skates, except for Derby players. We would. 64-64 as we start this next game. Slip happens for Vette City and Tina Totaler for the Warning Bells. Both skaters trying to find space in the middle of the pack. Tina Totaler in the back of the pack. Slip happens about in the middle. Takes a little bit of a tumble, is forced to the back. Tina Totaler trying to find some space. Takes a hit to the inside. Lead jammer will go to Slip Happens of Vette City. Tina Totaler trying to still find some space and get out, as Slip Happens on her first scoring pass is finding Naptown blockers, but is able to get through, has scored 4 points for Vette City. Tina Totaler has the star off, might be looking for Blackout, who is the pivot. Slip Happens comes through to grab another 4 points. Tina Totaler had pulled the pack to the front, but took a little bit of a tumble and is getting pushed to the back of the pack again as Slip Happens comes around on another scoring pass. Oh, Kimmy says it's Dead E Page, not Deadly. Thank you. Blackout took a star pass, but is getting called on an illegal. Okay, I have my cheat sheet. Is getting called on an illegal procedure, which I'm guessing. Oh, this is smart. Okay, so Deadly. It was an illegal star pass. So Deadly Page is trying to return to the pack to return the star to the jammer because it was an illegal pass. Now, last week this happened, and the skater kept skating forward to return the star and received a penalty. Blackout this time skated backwards to the pack, like the direction she came from, so did not receive a penalty. I see Ogre explaining this to Blackout right now as they're returning to the pack. So Blackout was trying to listen to the refs and do what she was supposed to be doing. And I see she's skating past the penalty box, so she's not going to the penalty box. And her coach is explaining to her what that was. It can be a little bit confusing when, like, an illegal star pass is not actually a penalty as long as you return the star. But because she had already exited the engagement zone and was already out of it, when you are out of it that far, you have to go back the way you came. If she had continued skating forwards to join the pack, she would have gotten an actual penalty for, I think illegal procedure. I'm looking at all the penalties. Or illegal positioning, maybe? Yeah. Somebody in the... Melody, you're here. I was doing so well. Melody said, yes, you got it, Aria. I was doing so well, and now I don't know what penalty she would have gotten if she had continued to skate forward. But other than that, I'm learning things. And I know Derby. I promise. And now we are in a official timeout as they discuss stuff. Naptown has a skater in the box, I think a jammer in the box, and a blocker in the... And Vette City has a blocker in the box. Hold on for a second while I find out from Ogre. She did it right. She went backwards.
That was nice.
Thank you. Yes, I have laminated signals. Okay, I was just talking to Ogre. I did learn Melody. He said it would have been, you are right, failure to return. So that would have been an illegal positioning penalty. Eric, I know, Huntress's jumpsuit, I love that jumpsuit. It is great. And if you wear a green jumpsuit like that, Eric, that would make my day, 100%. And Teeny, you are also correct. Cut track was assessed to the jammer before the star was passed. However, the jammer was trying to pass the star because the jammer was injured. The jammer is currently receiving medical attention in the penalty box. Once the jammer is able to leave the penalty box, they will be replaced by another jammer. And because that was called due to an injury, that means that jammer cannot be in the next jam, because when you have a jam end due to an injury, you have to sit for at least 3 jams. So now that that skater has received some medical attention, they will be returning to their bench. Or no, they're going to be going with the medics. They're going to hang out with the medics for 3 jams. So there will be a new jammer reporting to the penalty box to start this next jam in the penalty box. I am impressed with myself. It is past my bedtime. I am able to explain rules. All of my people in the, all of the third wheels in the chat who know Derby better than I do are confirming that I'm doing okay. This is like a win for me. This is a great win for me. I call this day a win. Black 4-3 is now serving Black 4-5's penalty. And we have 24 minutes left in this game. We need to find Eric a green jumpsuit, I've decided. All right, Neurotica in the box, but standing for the warning bells. Scarlet Fever jamming for Vette City Venom. Scarlet Fever has not gotten out, is taking a hit from Ricky Bobby, who's pulling her all the way back. Neurotica is in the pack now and eligible to become lead jammer and will become lead jammer. And Naptown has an opportunity here to start to cut into that lead that Vette City has gotten. Scarlet Fever has the star off. Neurotica through for 4 points for Naptown. Continuing to skate as Scarlet Fever is still on her initial. And getting pulled to the back again as Neurotica sails through for another 4 points for Naptown. Scarlet Fever trying to find some space, has to get past Banana and is able to do so as Neurotica comes in on a third scoring pass here, using that core strength and up on one skate to stay in bounds on the outside line, and then calls the jam after scoring 12 points for the warning bells, bringing them within 10 again. Sugary on the line for Vette City and Deddy Page on the line for Naptown. So do you want to know the definition of pure torture, Sirius? I have these delicious looking orange wedges in front of me. You know those sugar ones that have the sugar crystals on them? And don't you eat one? Oh, but I can't eat them because I'm announcing, because they're sticky and gooey and chewy. And now I only have 2. And I had 3. Yes, they are good. You don't get any. Lead jammer is going to be Deddy Page as Sugary is getting pulled to the back. And Warp Speed doing some great one-on-one blocking, even though I've seen Warp Speed do a lot of jamming tonight. Ricky Bobby also, with the hit to the outside. Nice job by Ricky Bobby to bring Sugary all the way to the back. Deddy Page on a scoring pass right now. Sugary has the star off. Deddy Page still stuck in the pack. Ricky Bobby doing that push out again, and a lot of the bench seems to think that there might have been a track cut, but one was not called there. Sugary is out of the pack and through. The bench telling Deddy Page to call it, bringing the warning bells within 4 points of Vette City. Oh, for the first time in this game, Blackout is on the line with the star on and will be lining up against Micro Machina. Micro Machina trying to tiptoe up that inside line. Blackout creating some space. Actually, Blackout didn't create that space. That was Robin Daggers creating some space for Blackout. Great offense by their teammate. Blackout is on a scoring pass now. Micro Machina is still in that pack, working up on those toe stops. Looks like Blackout did get called, unfortunately, on maybe a track cut coming into the pack. Micro Machina passes the star to Hexecutioner, which means that no one will be lead jammer during this jam, and this jam will go the full 2 minutes. Hexecutioner going to try to take advantage of this power jam to get further away from Vette City. Blackout is standing in the penalty box. Blackout has now been released from the penalty box and is in scoring position, finds some space on the inside line and dashes up to grab 4 points for Naptown. Hexecutioner has scored 4 points and is in the pack again and getting knocked, just ping-ponged around by the Naptown blockers there. Blackout on another scoring pass is through for another 4 points. Hexecutioner also out. We have a tie game. No, we don't. Vette City is ahead. I thought we had a tie game for a second. 88-92, but if Blackout can get these 4 points, Blackout getting pushed to the outside. Hexecutioner also in the pack. Hexecutioner, I think, passed everybody there. Blackout trying to get through 2. And that jam is over. I think they're still 4 points apart. 92-96 with 18.5 minutes left in this game. Scarlet Fever on the line for Vette City. Neurotica on the line for Naptown. Number 43 versus number 42. Scarlet Fever getting pushed all the way to the very back by Ricky Bobby. Neurotica trying to pull everybody to the front, takes a little tumble and is able to continue, but is not lead. It is a Scarlet Fever is lead, but Neurotica is in scoring position. Scarlet Fever tries to call the jam very quickly, hoping that she kept Neurotica from scoring any points, but Neurotica did grab 2 points. We are within 2 points. This is a 2-point game. Vette City in the lead, but Naptown is right there. And we've got Deddy Page on the line for Naptown and Sugary for Vette City. Sugary is lead jammer for Vette City. This is a power jam for Vette City as Deddy Page has gone to the penalty box. Sugary is through for 4 points. Deddy Page is standing in the penalty box, so will be coming back in. Vette City has hit 100. They have hit the century mark. It is almost 10 p.m. It is so late for me. Sugary through for another 4 points. Deddy Page is in the pack right now, trying to find some space on the inside, trying to weave through, taking a little bit of a tumble there. Low block being called on the Vette City pivot. Deddy Page still trying to get through, still on her initial. Sugary through for another 4 points for Vette City. Deddy Page has gotten through for Naptown. Is now going to be in scoring position, but Sugary is not going to let that happen. She is going to call the jam. We've got Neurotica on the line for Naptown and Slip Happens for Vette City. Both jammers making it to turn 2. But Slip Happens is the one who comes out with lead jammer as Neurotica is getting pulled all the way to the back by Queen of Hearts. Slip Happens is in on a scoring pass and is through for 4 points for Vette City with 14 minutes left in this half. Neurotica slowing down, still trying to get through, but just kind of taking and assessing the situation as Slip Happens comes through to grab another 4 points for Vette City. Star Pass has happened. So the jammer for Naptown is now Stormbreaker. Slip Happens is in the pack on another scoring pass, getting slowed down, but is through for another 4 points for Vette City. Stormbreaker getting pulled way, way, way back with some great reverse waterfalling that Vette City was doing to keep the pack intact there. However, that waterfall broke, and then I think Queen of Hearts just got called on a penalty for, I think, an out-of-play block. Neurotica headed to the penalty box. Slip Happens is through for another 4 points. Oh, 3 points. 3 points because there must have been a no pass, no penalty somewhere in there. Stormbreaker is out. Has not scored any points yet, but is now in a scoring position. Slip Happens sailing through the pack and tumbling at the end and calling the jam after scoring, I think. Oh, looks like Naptown did get 2 points there. Vette City with a very successful jam of 18 points. Okay, timeout for Naptown. You know what that means. Our pirate jokes. We're getting to the end of the pirate jokes tonight. I really appreciated all the pirate jokes that were shared in the chat earlier today. I had to delete some of mine because they were ones that I had ready. So the chat thinks just like me. I appreciate that. Why do pirates have the best abs? Because they love planking. Get it? Planking? Oh, my favorite thing is happening when the skaters decide to do the same thing that the that the NSO is doing to indicate that there is a timeout. It's a nice workout. I think we have 3 skaters now. Okay, Blackout lining up with the star again for Naptown and Scarlet Fever for Vette City. Okay, as we wait for this, I want to tell you, you've heard that pirates are very tough and they never cry. That's not quite true. They do cry, but only when they're alone. That way it's a privateer. Serious like that one. All right, back to Derby now. Oh, Blackout was almost through there, but not quite. Oh, so many whistles. Track cut being called on Blackout. So power jam for Vette City. And Scarlet Fever trying to get through. Is lead jammer, it looks like, but got swallowed back up by the pack. Taking a second. And she is through. And Blackout is standing in the penalty box, so is now returning. So still on her initial, not eligible to score points right now. Blackout is through on her initial, so she's going to try and slow down this scoring that is happening here. And Scarlet Fever is going to call that jam. Eric wants to know, why are pirates so angry? They're just arr. Deddy Page jamming for Naptown and Sugary for Vette City. Two names we have heard a lot tonight. Deddy Page just joining that regular jammer rotation after one of the jammers had to leave the game for an injury. We're going to pause real quickly for track repair. So Sirius, did you know that Santa Claus was a pirate in a past life? Yo, ho, ho, ho. Okay, because I come from corn-fed and we're in the Midwest, how much did the pirate pay for the corn on the cob he brought to the plunder party? A buccaneer. These are really good. All right, we're getting started again. Both jammers having trouble as this jam begins. Now everything is starting to stretch out a little bit. Deddy getting pulled to the back of the pack. Sugary pulls that pack out to the front and gets lead jammer for Vette City. And Sugary is through for 4 points, but Deddy is out and chasing Sugary down. Sugary calls the jam. Neurotica on the line for Naptown. And Micro Machina. I love Micro Machina's toe stops. I'm noticing that Micro Machina does a lot of toe stop work, and I've been enjoying watching Micro Machina and the way that they use their toe stops. Timeout being called by Vette City. You know, after no timeouts in the whole first half, I guess it's good to use timeouts, even when it's past my bedtime. They're not imitating the NSO anymore this time. Lynn likes the jokes today. See, they're good. They're good today. I did actually go through and try to choose some good ones this time, because last week there were some really, really bad ones last week. What is a pirate's favorite place to visit when on a voyage? Aruba. Where does a pirate go to get the best deals on their hooks? The second-hand store. All right, Neurotica and Micro Machina. No, Slip Happens, not Micro Machina. I am sorry. I do like Micro Machina's toe stops, though. Hopefully they'll jam again so you can see them. Neurotica taking a hit to the outside, getting pulled back by Lolo. Ricky Bobby going to the box, nodding, saying, yep, I deserved that. As Slip Happens grabs lead jammer, but Neurotica is not going to let this go and takes the inside line, passing Slip Happens, forcing, oh! It was not worth any points, but it was gorgeous. That was a twisting apex jump. If that jam had not been called, that would have been 4 points. That was gorgeous. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone land an apex jump backwards before. Sirius, did you get that on camera? Okay, good. That was so good. I'm talking to the crowd now. They agree. It was so good. I hope you guys saw how good that was. Okay, Blackout is lead jammer for Naptown. Oh, maybe gonna get Naptown above 100. Scarlet Fever is out. Blackout is through, calling the jam. 4 points for Naptown, which brings us over 100 for Naptown. 30 points from Vette City with 8.5 minutes on the clock. What do you mean, wait? Questions Melody. What? Did you not see that apex jump, Melody? You'll have to rewind. Neurotica. It was great. All right. Deddy Page is jamming for Naptown and Sugary for Vette City. Deddy Page stuck at the back of the pack here. Sugary trying to just push through this pack at the front, is able to pull that pack apart and get lead jammer for Vette City. Deddy Page still trying to find space, takes a hit to the inside as Sugary is through for 4 points. Sugary engaged in the pack on a second scoring pass. Deddy Page still on her initial, needing to get out of this pack. Sugary coming through again. Oh, Melody, that's right. You are lagging behind. Your wait, what, was for that apex jump. Yes, amazing. I forget that you guys are a little bit behind us. All right, Sugary through for another 4 points. Star has been passed for Naptown to Femme Natal, who is now the jammer for Naptown as Sugary comes behind on another scoring pass. And she is through for 4 more points for Vette City. $16 points in that jam for Vette City. So just want to shout out some of our first time ever skaters in this game for Naptown. Brand new skaters skating in their first game ever. If you see them on the track, you should give them a good congratulations. 1537 Pedro Smash Gal, 519 Barbie, and 8008 Speed Cat, all skating in their first game tonight. Congratulations. Neurotica jamming for the warning bells is out as lead jammer, asking the crowd to cheer her on. Slip Happens jamming for Naptown. Has got to get past these Naptown blockers. And gets called on a track cut. So this will be a power jam for Neurotica and Naptown. Neurotica, who has made it through to score 4 points. Oh no, Neurotica also got called on a penalty. So this will be a shenana jam with both jammers going to the penalty box. So Neurotica will sit and Slip will stand. Kimmy wants to see Deddy back in the pack and wants to see Banana jam again. Yeah, Banana I think jammed once. So Kimmy wants to see Banana jam a little more, it sounds like. All right, Slip Happens back in the pack and through on her initial. Neurotica out of the penalty box, putting that star back on. Woo! Beautiful spin to stay in bounds there by Neurotica to grab 4 more points for Naptown, as this jam will go all the way to the whistle since we have no lead jammer right now. 4 minutes left in this game. Official timeout. All right, with only 4 minutes left in this game, we've only got a few more jams. Yes, Lynn, Shanana Jam. I cannot take credit for that. That comes from Circle City. Trademark, I think, Kimbo Slicer. Eric, you can let me know if I'm wrong, but I learned it from Kimbo. Blackout is on the line for Naptown and Scarlet Fever for Vette City. That short official timeout was brought to you by blood. Not a lot, just nose. But we don't skate when there's a potential for, biohazards. Blackout and Scarlet Fever jamming for their respective teams. Blackout trying to take the inside line is unsuccessful and gets pushed to the back of the pack. Scarlet Fever trying to take the outside line is unsuccessful and is coming to the back of the pack. Blackout back in at the front of the pack is just trying to go up the center this time and gets around. They reform around Blackout, but Blackout is through as lead jammer. Takes a little tumble at the front, but is able to get up and get out before the pack can reform around them. Scarlet Fever getting pulled to the back. Yes, I do give credit to Kimbo for that one. Blackout is engaged in the pack again. They are trying to come through the middle, getting slowed down a little bit here. Scarlet Fever has the star in hand, might be looking for the Vette City pivot, might be trying to get through. Blackout is on the outside, decides to call the jam as they are getting pulled back by Big City Slam. But Blackout was able to score 3 points for Naptown in that jam. Barbie on the line for Naptown, and Barbie, I believe, is one of the skaters I said is skating in their first game tonight. So Barbie jamming for Naptown and Sugary for Vette City. Melody says, nice job, Blackout. And Sugary is lead jammer. Barbie trying to take the outside is pushed to the outside as Sugary comes around on her first scoring pass. Barbie getting pulled all the way back there by Queen of Hearts. Sugary through for 4 points. Barbie trying to find some space in this pack as Sugary comes around on another scoring pass. Barbie is almost out, but Queen of Hearts staying in bounds with a beautiful little hip hit. Hip hit is going to force her all the way to the back as Sugary is coming around again on a third scoring pass. One minute left in this game. Sugary almost and through again. Barbie has the star off. Unfortunately, she got pushed out and was trying to reform, but was actually ended up going through the track and got called on a penalty there. Really was trying very hard her first time jamming. Always a tough thing. I'm proud of her. Good job. Sugary calls the jam with 36 seconds left in this game. I love that for Queen of Hearts, Queen of Broken Hearts. Yeah, that jam definitely. Queen of Hearts was not making it easy. We're going to start this next jam with a power jam for Vette City. Oh, good, Micro Machina. So you can see those toe stops one more time before this game is over because we only have 7 seconds left in this game. So period clock is about to run out. Micro Machina getting pulled to the back. Barbie is standing in the penalty box. Micro Machina trying to get through to grab lead jammer status. Barbie is out of the box and entering the pack. We have gone into jam time only. No lead jammer has been established yet. As we are running down the clock on this game, what did you see that was great in this game? Shout out one of your favorite skaters. Say something you saw that was great. They will come back to this later and be able to watch this tomorrow. Tell them what you saw and what you thought was wonderful. Big City Slam took a star pass for Vette City and will now be the jammer for Vette City. Barbie also star passed, and Ricky Bobby is now the jammer for Naptown. So this will go the full 2 minutes. We have 53 seconds left in this game. Ricky Bobby is through and eligible to score. Big City Slam just scored 4 points. The pack is speeding up. Ricky Bobby tearing around the corner on a scoring pass with Big City Slam just behind them. Ricky Bobby headed to the penalty box as jammer. Big City Slam, the only jammer out on the track right now, getting cheered on by Naptown skaters who are standing at the edge of the track waiting to cheer on all the skaters who did such a great job tonight. Big City Slam, 4 more points for Vette City. And we are almost at game time. There it is. It was a close game the entire first half and most of the second. Towards the end, Vette City decided to start to run away with that game, bringing themselves to a total of 182 to Naptown's Warning Bells at 111. Thanks for sitting around tonight, watching some Derby, listening to some good and bad pirate jokes. Again, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Buy some merch. Get yourself a Derby Date Night t-shirt. Find us on derbydatenight.com. We appreciate all of you. We would love to see you again tomorrow at noon. We will be live streaming with no announcer the juniors game between Fort Wayne and South Bend, and at 2 o'clock I will be joined by Melody Mayhem, who's been chatting in the chat here, and we will be giving you some Mother's Day jokes and enjoying an open gender game between South Bend and Fort Wayne that is sure to be a banger. We're very excited about it, and I'm gonna go home and rest my voice and my eyes for a few hours before we see you again tomorrow.